Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Everything going? All right, cool. Okay, before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stock involve risks to owner of the channel. The traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lastbuytrading.com so I can get you sorted. Okay, so the last few days, the market has just been on fire with this uptrend. Yesterday, just to recap a little bit of yesterday, I'll get back to today. So for the Discord members that stayed till late in the session, we had something like this. And you know, I think we're all waiting for, I think I had it like this and like this or something like that. It never crossed below that orange, so that was the key from yesterday. All right, back to the action. All right. We got to look to see if we get above 45, 46 and then retest and reject. So something like this. And then we're going to wait for possibly something like this. Probably not a lot to do inside here. Probably nothing to do inside here. Now look, it's going to be tough buying at all-time highs. So wait for a significant drawdown. Even if it doesn't come back and test 45, 46 exactly, we need to see some type of drawdown. By then, we should have the algos figured out. Or, you know, maybe we'll have maybe one or two figured out. But, you know, the retest of this level would be optimal. You know, sometimes it does this right here. It'll break. Is it drawing? Hold on. It'll break, not get quite back to it, and then take off, right? And we're hoping for this, for the, you know, exact touch, break and retest. This is something we're gonna have to learn how the market breathes. We're going to have to look at the past. We're going to have to look at the strength of the current trend to see if this has strength in it. So for example, we'll know it has strength. Let's say if, you know, I'm just making stuff up right now. I like it. Hold on. Let me do that a little bit better. Let's say if this is the trend line, right? If we just stay inside of of this strong buying channel, then this is, then this one has strength to continue. But in between here, probably not a lot to do. Because we're all thinking all-time highs, there should be a pullback, but that hasn't been the case for like the last 2 weeks. That hasn't been the case for the last 2 weeks. Last 2 weeks, every time we think pullback, they just keep going higher. Which just lends credence to the fact that we need to leave our bias to the side. We need to leave our bias to the side. Just let the market tell us what's going to happen. We'll be there to identify it. And chances are you won't be late. Chances are you won't be late. You might have to survive some BS, you might have to survive some red candles. Oftentimes, maybe that means, because, sometimes I think we're super zoomed in. We're like really, really, really zoomed in. And oftentimes it means maybe, I'm not saying I would recommend this, but putting a trade, taking your stop off altogether, and then once it gets to a certain level, then you adjust your stop and profit. But you're gonna have to survive a little bit of red candle, right? We got to learn to, instead of going candle by candle when we're in a trade, we need to understand there's levels. The market needs to hit certain levels. It's going to a certain level, most likely. So we need to give it the time to get there, right? There's a delicate balance we have to have when we're taking a trade, because there's two main factors that are in charge of our trades. One of those factors being time, and the other one being the price. So we have to factor in those two things, and it's a delicate balance, because we need to give the contracts time. We need to give it time. So if you're not giving it that time, then you're never going to get the potential value. And I get it, because that same time is a double-edged sword, because you could be allowing yourself to get a greater loss. So it's a very delicate balance. I get it. All right, so it hit the key level. Now we need to figure out, we're back at all-time highs. This is going to be tough to buy at the top, right? Because if it breaks straight above, you're going to be like, man, I knew I should have got it. But I'm just telling you, the ideal is if we retrace just a bit. What up, Doug? A little bit of hesitation here. Look, on this purple, this is me just guessing. This is me just guessing on this purple. And I know which I'm probably going to stop doing that. After today, I'm going to stop doing this guessing stuff. I just been lucky the last two or 3 days. Yeah, here's the thing, Cruz. Everybody is looking for a pullback at all-time highs. Everybody. Right? Remember what happened yesterday? Everyone was expecting a significant pullback at 42. At 42, everyone was expecting, oh, okay, here's going to be a dump. I think there was someone in the chat saying, or in the YouTube chat saying the same thing. I was like, you got to be careful, man. The market will tell us. The market will tell us. You don't need to guess. And sure enough, it went up. Now we're looking out for the stop hunt. So we'll know it's a stop hunt if this happens here. If they maybe spike up and then do this, then we'll know it's a stop hunt up here. But we have to wait for all of this to happen first. We have to wait for all of this to happen to know if it's a stop hunt. Something like that. So, we're up here, we hit the key level. Now you need to, either you're going to take your profit or you're going to wait to see, what's going to happen next. But right now we shouldn't be, betting on the down here. You can't bet on it now because number one, we got a little bit of strength to the upside. So we need some confirmation that this upside is done. We'll know that when we get probably somewhere down here. And I'm saying this because I think oftentimes whenever I draw the plays, people jump in at the top. You're jumping in at the top. Also, let's say you're waiting for this bolt up right here. You'd be, you're jumping in at the top. Now look, if it breaks and it shoots off without us, we got to be okay with that, because the proper setup would be a retest. That's all I'm saying. Background noise again. Is it? Do you still hear it? Because I had my fan going. Do you still hear the background noise? Mic check, mic check. Really? What the heck? Man, there's so many gosh darn audios. Oh wait. Hello, 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 hello. Testing, testing, testing. Alright, let me try this. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. Is that better? Oh, you can. No, I'm trying to see is the background noise better. I wonder what the background noise is. It just sounds like static or something. Well, the fan's not on anymore, so if you still hear it, then huh. Okay, because I usually do have my TV on in the background. All right, what about now? What about now? Let me know. I just turned down the mic sensitivity. Let me know if this is better. So yes. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Damn it. Because yesterday when I was logging off of everything, the computer went haywire, so I just restarted it, and sometimes it messes everything up for no reason. Yeah, there's a big meeting between China and U.S. and Trump today. What the hell? Has this always been a thing? Are you guys just now telling me this, or is it just today? We might have to bear through it for a little bit, and I'll get it fixed. We might have to bear it for a little bit today, my bad, but I'll get it fixed, or I'll work on it. I turned down the sensitivity like significantly. Sometimes my settings change in the streaming thing. It's called what is it called? OBS. Sometimes it changes without me even doing anything. Man. All right, we're gonna have to bear with it today, and then I'll fix it.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, I'm gonna mute the mic altogether, and for like the next, I don't know, 10 seconds, and then tell me if you still hear it. I'm gonna mute it right now. Okay, so the mic's picking up. The mic's just way too sensitive. All right, I'll turn on the sensitivity, but it has to be after because I'm not a computer guy. It's gonna take me a long time to figure that out. It's gonna have to be after the stream. But I'll work on it, I promise. All right, so let's see if we're in this purple. I mean, damn, you know, I kind of guessed this purple, so. Okay, we're gonna wait on this purple. Ignore this purple, because this is a guess. I don't know if this is a thing. What the hell? The YouTube just did some weird stuff. Why does it do that? I've never seen anyone else's YouTube do that. On the YouTube stream, it just went randomly to like some weird gosh darn thing. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on, but I'll figure it out. But I've never ever seen on someone else's live stream where they where it goes to like your thumbnail screen. So like you have to make a thumbnail before you know, whatever the thumbnail is. It just randomly went to thumbnail for some odd reason. Now again, we're not going to know if this was a stop hunt until we get down here. So you have to wait for all of this to happen. I'm not saying it's going to look, you know, exactly like this. We need to pay attention to the price. To the price off to the right. We're contending with two ideas here. Either we're staying inside the... I really need to let more time before I start calling the purple, but for right now, just as an example, are we staying inside this, or are we going to break through this, retest it, and reject? So when all this happens at the price that I'm talking about, that's when we'll know this is a stop hunt. Until then, we don't know. What we do know is we're doing this so far. And if this changes, because this is a guess, right? If this changes, I'm going to have to adjust. Ah, okay. So something's going on with Discord. Thank you, Jimmy James. Appreciate that. All right, I gotta check the Discord settings. I just had it on mute. All right, we want to see if this blue gets us to the high a day. And that way we can test to see if blue's going to be a thing for today. I have high day marked out with a 2. I'm muted right now. I don't know what's going on with the audio or the mic. I have no idea what's going on with the mic. It's going to be something I'm going to have to address after. So look, I think this purple's pretty valid, right? So we want to see if we're going to travel up purple in an annoying grind, but we're not looking for any puts until probably underneath 43.82. Maybe the break of purple can get us to 43.82. That's all we can ask for. For right now, we want to see if the break of this blue can get us to the high of day. You know what? I bet you Discord's picking up my computer audio at the same time. I bet you that's what's happening. Let me see if I can go in there and look. Let me cut the Discord and come right back. I'm gonna jump off the mic and come right back. Okay, did that do anything? Did that do anything? Now it all looks weird. Damn, you still hear background noise? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, is Rhino also? Let me see something. Okay. Is that better? Can you guys hear me now? Hello, hello. I muted his mic. Is that better now? Okay, so Rhino had his mic going. All right, cool. Problem solved. And I went and changed all these gosh darn settings. Dang it! I went and changed a whole bunch of settings, and I don't even know what I don't even know what I did. All right, cool. All right, let's continue. So, look, we're in this purple until we're not, it looks like, right? Let me clean up the chart just a bit. It looks like Kung Fu. I haven't been paying attention. Here we go. Inside here, not a lot to do. We need to figure out about this purple. This purple's building up good liquidity though, right? What we can ask for on the break is a quick scalp, maybe to 43.82. If it breaks below purple. It looks like it's holding up. Otherwise, we're in purple until we're not. What up, Stacy? So whatever I drew here before is still valid, right? It's still a thing. This is still valid, right? So if the price does this, you know, this is still a thing. Just saying. I just wanted to clean up the chart. Otherwise, we're in this until we're not. All-time highs at 45.91. We have the 5 MA at 40.52. Purple looking juicy. I'm just cleaning up the chart. Nothing's changed. It's all still the same thing. This would be your best bet, all right? Down here. If you're playing around in here, you're scalping. Let me just go over it one more time really quick. We're in purple until we're not. Step one. Okay, so get that concept in your mind right now. We're in purple until we're not. Okay. We're looking to see if the break of blue is going to get us to 45.91. Step 2. Step 3 is if we break purple, maybe we can. This is to the other side now, to the put side. If we break purple, we want to see if purple is going to get us to 43.82. And if we're in here, if we're inside here, this is our risk. This is our risk in here. We have good liquidity built up in here, right? So ideally, we like to see, you know, we don't have to look at the specific little single skinny yellow line, right? The idea is we want to break, retest, and reject off of this liquidity here. That's the idea. So if you're looking for some type of quote unquote safety, quote unquote, you want to break a retest and a reject off of this to either side, to either one, because we know where the liquidity is. We know where it's at. So on our 5-minute chart, we had a break and a fail, right? We want to break, a retest, and a reject above the lick box right here. But listen, buying at all-time highs, good luck. It's gonna be rough. Because if it breaks and shoots, then we're gonna be like, damn, I knew I should have. Right? You know, we have to understand buying at the top, I don't recommend it. If you didn't enter on blue, which this was the test, so if you didn't, that's fine. We're just gonna wait for blue to set itself up again. But if you didn't enter on blue already, then you can't buy at the top. I don't recommend it. Wait for a pullback. It's a good thing Rhino wasn't going to any of those weird websites that he goes to from time to time. Look, if you took the risk on blue, you got to protect the trade now, right? Because we're pretty much at the target. you know, a couple cents off the target. So you have enough room to protect the trade if you took the break of blue. And I know this was the test. So if you didn't take the risk, then you're fine. Wait for the pullback above. Remember, we're in purple until we're not. Buying calls at the very top, this is not advisable. So, I mean, essentially blue was the only option we had because, you know, at the time, 45.91 was the top. Blue was the only option we had for calls, really. The break of the blue. So now, if you took the break of blue, you need to protect this trade. If you didn't and you're waiting, then wait for it. Wait for it to see if we continue up purple and then retest somewhere in the purple, right? Like that. Cool, dude. You don't have to worry about it. No big deal. No one cares. You weren't listening to that weird stuff again. Rhino listens to underwater basket weaving ASMR. All right, so the blue took us to the target. So if you took the blue, if you're the risky one that took it in the blue, you need to protect this trade. I like how we tested this purple and rejected off the purple immediately and then broke the blue. So this was pretty solid while staying inside of the purple. So if you're waiting for puts, the put option never happened, right? It was somewhere down here. Minimum it was down here. Safety somewhere down here, right? Safety was below 43.82, somewhere down here if you wanted to scalp, or the break of purple if you wanted to scalp. That was the only option for puts. So none of that happened, so we never had a put scenario. The only other option was if we break blue, and then we're gonna see if blue gets us to 45.91. We're at new all-time highs again. If it's gonna grind in this purple all day, be prepared for the ugly grind. Nico, did you take the blue? Nico says mascot time. Did you take blue? All right, there you go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, he's getting it. All right, let's throw on the mascot for Nico. Oh man, Nico's starting to see the patterns now, right? You see the pattern. We're in purple until we're not. This is the risk. If you're taking in here, you're scalping, and we're gonna see if blue gets us to 45.91. Otherwise, the puts were somewhere below here. So that was the analysis. Everything happened. Everything that was supposed to happen happened, and all the setups for the puts, none of it even presented itself. So if you're looking for an entry on calls now, you know, you can't do it now because you don't want to buy at the top. But I mean, you could, but just realize we're in purple until we're not. If you know, maybe if you're looking for calls, a rejection on purple and then a rejection, or excuse me, continuation back inside of purple. That's the only option you have from here. Otherwise, you're chasing this. If you wanted to take the risk, the original setup was on the break of blue. And look, if you didn't take it, you can't have FOMO now saying, God damn, I knew I shoulda, woulda. That's not, you know, we can't do that. If you took, it's hard to say this is a break. Or if you're on the 5-minute chart and you're waiting for the retest of this, then wait for it. It may just want to retest back down to 45.66-ish, somewhere around here. But if it just keeps going, then it just keeps going. Nothing we can do. We gotta wait for our entry. I'm gonna clean up the chart. Nico said mascot time. Oh, great. All right, now we're high above the water. We're gonna see if that blue sets itself up again. We're gonna have to wait. All right, look, there's heavy support at 40.30, or what is this? 44.30. Okay, there's heavy support at 44.30. Let me, what the hell am I doing? Here we go. This is just a guess. I don't know that this is going to be a thing. This is just a guess. So let me see something. So we need to test this green. We'll be able to test the green if we break green and make it to 4430. This is just me guessing. I don't know that this is even a thing. I'm just guessing. We need to test it first. What we do know is we're still in purple. All right, we're gonna get a chance to see what they want to do on the 5-minute chart at 45.45.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, from this point right here, right now, we're probably not interested in puts until this. That's from this point right here, right now. This is our concern, right? This purple, this is our concern. So we're still doing this until we're not, just like yesterday. There's no difference. Took a loss while my contracts didn't fill when my profits were there. What platform are you using, Juan? Damn. Oh man, dude, Robinhood's tough, man. Robinhood is tough. Robinhood is not optimal for what we're doing. You're gonna have to, on Robinhood, what you need to do is, I think, I'm not like a Robinhood professional, but I think what you need to do is close, like just hit close at whatever it is, close at market. Damn, 70%. You know, for the best bang for your buck is probably going to be Weeble, brother. This is my opinion, but it has to be. I have a video on it. If one of the other members want to walk him through it, it's much better. I'm not saying it's impossible, Doug. It's just you can optimize your take I just, to do what we're doing, we need to be dynamic. I don't think Robinhood is dynamic enough. This is my opinion. I know some people use it, but yeah, it's free. I mean, the fees are very, very, very small. Very small fees. I think like a couple cents on a contract. Yeah, man. Robinhood is not going to get you to climax for sure, man. You need to have it where you can adjust your stop as time goes on without having to literally type in the price. On Weeble, you can just drag. You can drag the your stop loss, right? So it'll look something like this. It'll look like this, and it'll have like a little line above it, and then you can literally just drag it like this. You can just drag it and drag it, you know, and then whenever the price crosses that line, whenever the price, you know, if it's doing this, whenever it crosses that line, it'll stop you out right there. I know people use Robinhood. I don't know how you guys use Robinhood, but I think it's... And also, you know, there may be easier platforms than Weeble because Weeble is a little bit tricky to set up. I think you should probably ask some of the newer members with Weeble because they're more familiar with the setup currently. If you do decide to do it. Seems like fun. You're gonna maximize your trades on whichever platform it is. It doesn't have to be Weeble, but you need to be able to drag your stop loss with your mouse, or if you're trading on your phone, also difficult. Also going to be difficult. Daily charge of $5 a month. Well, they also have in the cash account, they give you 3.5% that they pay out every month. They pay out 3.35%, I believe. So as long as you have at least like $2,000 in the account, you're gonna get that fee, those fees covered. But Doug, you got to think about it. What's the other option? What's the other option, right? You either pay the $5 to make significant more money, or not pay the $5 and get 70% gains wiped out for no reason. Yeah. So they every month they pay out on the 15th of every month. Weeble pays out 3.35%, whatever cash you have in there. We're still in purple until we're not. We're still in this magenta until we're not. If you took the retest of, what is this? 45.45, you need to protect this trade. Remember, Discord members, I told you, look for the retest of 45.45. Right? I think, what, 6 cents off or something like that? But if you took the retest here, you need to protect this trade now. Look at Nico. Nico's a professional day trader now. He held through the cycle. Damn. At all-time highs too. Impressive. Impressive. But look, you're out. Nico, look, you're out. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because you're out had to be wherever I have this thing here at minimum. You know, if we get down here, then fine. But until then, we're in the purple until we're not. Now you're starting to get it. We're in the purple until we're not. There's no reason to guess until we break purple. We're not even looking at puts. Or until we get down here. We need to break purple and get down here. And remember, this green, I'm guessing. I don't know if this green's an actual thing. We'll know if it rejects here. And Nico, well, this is for everybody, I guess. But look, before we go into an actual bear cycle, look, we're above the water, above the water, above the water. Before we go to an actual bear cycle, it's going to go sideways for a bit. So you're going to get an opportunity. You may not get the exact top, but you'll get a second bite at the apple once or twice. It may be a little bit painful, but usually, I'm not saying 100% of the time, but based on a balance of probabilities, it'll go sideways for a bit and it'll give you a second bite at the apple. So this is what I'm talking about. If you want the, what do you call it? If you want the 1 hour money, you gotta hold for 1 hour. If you're only gonna hold for 45 seconds, you're only gonna get 45-second money. This is exactly what I was talking about this morning. That we're contending with time and price. There's two factors that go into it, so you have to give it the time. We need to at least let it gain value. There's gonna be red candles. There's gonna be a pullback. But look, I was very specific. I said, especially on Discord, if you're waiting for this pullback here at 45.45, it doesn't get any more clear than this. This doesn't get any more clear than this. So we had 5 minutes, because this is a 5-minute candle. 5 minutes to go down. Then look at the candle. We see this hammer, and then continuation. Damn near exactly. This is a couple cents off. I'm a couple cents off here. And look, we did it while we're still inside the purple. All right, we're coming up to the top, so be careful here. Nico, be careful here. I'm not saying we're topping out, right? I'm just saying they may have a little pullback while still being inside of this. If you're not comfortable with pullback all the way back down to the bottom over here, then you need to figure out your life right now. Nico, if you would, this is up to you. I know it's going to be a little bit of work on your part. All right, Jimmy James. Look at Jimmy James. Hell yeah. All right. Okay, exit strategy 3. Look at this guy. Look at this guy with exit strategy 3. He even put the exit strategy. God damn, I love it. You're going to make me shed a tear. You're going to make me shed a tear. That is beautiful. Applying the exit strategy. Amazing. Good job. Excellent job. Look, I'm going to screen share really quick just so everyone on YouTube can see. Exit strategy 3. Beautiful. The exit strategies are all given in the Discord. Jimmy James printing money. This is all right. I like it. I like what I'm seeing. We're making progress here. We're making progress here. Just don't get greedy. You're going to be fine. From the break of blue. Damn, Jimmy James. Damn, Jimmy James held from the break of blue. Good job, Jimmy James. And if you're new, listen. This is not a get rich quick scheme. You have to take your time. Paper trade for a little bit, okay? Don't let everyone else saying, look, I'm printing money, yada, yada, yada. Don't let them take you off your path. This is an individual journey. Individual path, individual journey. Now, we just started a win-loss channel. Nico and Jimmy, if you would, or whoever, you know, this isn't only to them, but whoever, if you would be so kind, you don't have to, but I think it would be maybe beneficial to everybody else to go through that win-loss channel. And if you want to take some screenshots, you don't have to show like how much you won. No one needs to know like your account. You know, I don't want people pocket watching, nothing like that. If you're not comfortable, then don't do it. But maybe just a little bit of insight into, you know, what was the setup here? What did you see that was the setup? How did you know that was going to be the setup? What exit strategy did you use? Or are you still currently using? We're in the uptrend. We can't fight this uptrend. All right, we're getting to the top of this. Be careful. Look at this, new all-time highs. Amazing. Amazing. Look, all of you got in on blue. I waited for for this, and then I didn't even get in here. I got in this candle here. So yeah, we're doing okay. We did okay today. Let me go ahead and get that mascot out. I'm gonna take some off the table up here. Now look, to all the Discord members, I 100% said undeniable. If you're waiting for the retest, and I even said the price at 45.45, then wait for it. There's nothing wrong with that, right? That's what I did. I'm not saying to do what I do, but I'm just telling you the options that I'm giving everybody. The put scenario had to be, you know, we're still in this, what do you call it? In this magenta. So this doesn't have to be difficult. We're just going to have to hold a little bit. Just hold just a little bit. Let the plays aren't 45 seconds, right? They're not 45 seconds, more like 45 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that. But you have to allow it to give it time to hold on, let me figure out my life. This is the part that I hate. I waited for the retest, found what kind of trade. Oh, Eastside. What's up? Wait, Sexy Lamps is Eastside? What the damn? What the damn, Eastside? Is this really Eastside J? Sexy Lamps? Well, of course, I'm Eastside. Wait, are you saying you're Eastside like that's your gang affiliation? Or are you Eastside J? All right, what's up, bud? Oh, stop. That's crazy. So wait, did you take you took the retest here? I was kidding. Did you take the retest on 45-45 like I said? All right, Doug, 75%. Beautiful. All right, there we go. There you go, Eastside. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. God damn. God damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Woo! Papa Molly, I'm sweating. Dang, I love it. I love it. All right. I got to take something off the table here. I got to take something off the table here. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Now look, the members had an even better entry than I did. Look, some of the members, at least I know 2 or 3 of them, entered on the break of blue. I waited for this. I don't like risk. I'm not a risky type. I waited for this. So, it's my job to show you what the setups are and the risk involved. This is my job. Now look, if this were to go the opposite way on the break of blue, let's say it tested 45, 46 and reject immediately, that was the risk you're willing to take, right? And your stop loss needed to be at 44.24. And then if it went below 44.24, we know what the setup is on the other side. So it's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. That's what I'm saying. This doesn't have to be very difficult. Now, me, I didn't take this one. I waited for the retest up here. Look at the money we're printing right now. Look at the money we're printing. Oh my goodness. Wait, did I guess this purple too? Damn, I don't remember if I guessed the purple. Oh man, we had a good day. We had a very good day. We had a very good day. Look at this pattern here in blue. Look at the pattern right here. Look how it went exactly to the purple and rejected off the purple. Look at the money we just printed. All right. Oh man, you guys make me laugh. So look, some of the members down here did even better than me. I'm up here. I don't like risk. I got actually, I'm in this candle, if I'm being honest. So that's what I did. Only because I'm not very risky. Once the blue got to here, then I knew what was up. Once the blue got to here, now I know. I'm looking for a retest of top of the lick box. This was what, hold on. Dang, that one just got me. All right, half my contract's gone. Half my contract's gone right now. Okay, you know what? It hit target. I'm not willing to draw. I'm not willing for any significant drawdown. So, I'm gonna leave the rest right here. Whatever happens, happens. Probably gonna go a little bit inside. A little bit more. I was playing this a little too close. A little too close. I just played it. But again, it's very rare that the market's going to hit a certain, like 47.53. It's very rare it's just going to hit this level and turn around one time. Very rare. Not impossible. But usually they're going to get a second bite at the apple. And this 47 what, 53? This is a, you know, kind of a, 47.50. It's kind of a strange number just to turn around. Not impossible, it's just rare. We're still in purple. So if you're equipped to survive the drawdown, all this drawdown, then you know you need to figure it out. But I'm about to be out of all my contracts. So now I'm thinking, damn, do I chase it or do I stick to my guns? That's what I'm thinking. I want to chase it. Sometimes I just want to be over with. Okay, they figured out. No, hold on. Hold on. See, it's dancing on it. I could just see. Now I'm gonna chase it. Now I'm gonna chase it because. Okay, come on. Come on. Second bite at the apple. Hold on, I gotta focus. I'm still here, I'm just... Okay. Okay. Okay, this one got me. This one got me. I was chasing it. You know, I hit my target. I don't know what else to say. I hit the target. You know, I didn't get stopped out here. I waited a little bit. It danced right on it. But I chased it here. I got stopped out. I don't have any more contracts. This was a great trade. This was an absolutely phenomenal trade. Everything happened the way it's supposed to, right? Two options on this trade here. It was either the break a blue or the retest of the lick box right here. Two options, two chances to get in on it. And before it happened, I'm 100% positive I said exactly what the play is. If you're waiting for the retest here, then wait for it. I'm 100% positive. So, you know, I'm telling everybody the answer to the test. I'm telling you the answers. This is the answer to the test. better not go up. It better, no, I'm just kidding. I hope it does. I hope it does. I know some of you are holding, but this is my risk tolerance. I have very low risk tolerance, man. Man, if I had a much higher risk tolerance, boy, it better go up. Oh, man. All right, let's do a screen share real quick to show everybody what's going on. Look at this. Held from blue. Look at the money. The printer. It better keep going up. Nico's been holding for a long time. Nico's been holding for a long time. Good job, brother.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna step away for a second. I need to circulate some blood. Carpal tunnel's kicking in. Tunnel vision's kicking in. I got a lot of tunnels. I just need to step away and circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Really quick before I go, I just want to highlight something. Orange with the with the 3-figure 500. With the listen, let me tell you guys something. You couldn't even ask me even on the best day to be a lawyer, to be a doctor, to be an engineer. I respect those trades, but that would be a demotion. I don't want to be demoted. That would be a pay decrease. I'm telling you, if you stick with the plan, stick with the strategy, we're going to be fine. We just have to stick with it. And I want to highlight something. And it's kind of been bothering me. I've been kicking it over in my head, but today was a very good example of why. So, if the Discord members were relying on me and my risk tolerance to say when to buy call, when to buy put, how many members would have missed out on the break of blue? They would have missed out all this money because of my personal risk tolerance, right? This is exactly why I don't say when to buy call and when to buy put. This is why I say, here are your options. This is what I see. If you're willing to take the risk from blue, fine. You know where your stop loss needs to be. Or if you're willing to take the risk on the retest of 45.45, then we know where the stop loss needs to be. So this is why I don't do it, because everyone would have missed out from blue. And then look, I got out here. Look at it still going up. So it's irrelevant. Like, what I'm trying to say is, my job here is to show everyone the risk. I'm only here for risk management. How you play it, that is a personal, individual. Different people have different tolerances. Some people are still holding because I could have swore I heard someone say they're doing exit strategy 3. So they're still printing money. They're still printing money. This is why it would be negligent on my part to say buy call buy put. This is why right here, it's happening right here in front of our face. We don't have to even question it anymore. This is why my job is to show you the risk, and in time, this takes time. This is not a get rich quick scheme. This takes time. And to anyone that just joins, don't think it's a get rich quick scheme. It takes time. And I don't know how long it's going to take you as an individual. You need time in the market. You need time to see. You need to experience getting slapped in the face and then having the price continue on. You need to experience that. You need to get thrown in the pool to realize I don't like chlorine in my eyeballs. I don't like sucking in water. Maybe I need to hold my breath or hold the contract for a little bit longer until we get above the water. And look, if you made money today, you need to start thinking about calling it a day. It's not going to get any easier from here. It's not going to get any easier from here. Jones, I'm not picking on you because you're not the only one. I'm not saying Jones specifically. You're not the only one. Like, it's nothing new, right? But I know people have the same exact questions, the same exact concerns. It's not new. But I just want everyone to understand my job here. My job is not to say buy call buy put. My job is to show you the risk, is to show you where money can be made and how. You need to take the risk because I can't control your hands. I don't control your fingers. And if you're new, this is not a get rich quick scheme. Not every day is going to be sunny like, well, it's been, we've been very fortunate. We've been very fortunate over these last few weeks, but okay. Jones, can I read your comment or no? I want to be fully transparent. Okay. So Discord member says, so I think you misunderstood, meaning me, that I misunderstood. People are looking for when you're going in, not that you are telling us to go right now. It's another source of confluence. Okay, he went in the right time for me. Doesn't mean I'm getting in right at that moment. So if someone with less risk is getting in, what's that tell me? Source of confluence. Yeah, so that's kind of my point, Jones, is that my risk tolerance can't be your confluence, right? That's my point. My risk tolerance shouldn't be a whole different other person's with a whole different bank account. That shouldn't be your confluence. The confluence is everything that I teach every day. The confluence is making sure everything makes sense on a certain play, right? So if blue were to break as we entered a bull cycle, while we're above the water on the 5, and while we're above the water and starting a bull cycle on the 30, that's the confluence. The confluence shouldn't be someone else's risk tolerance. This is not, I don't think this is the optimal way to trade. The confluence is we didn't get below this 44.30. Right? 44.30, I was saying, there's support here. If we get underneath this, then that's different. That's the confluence. The confluence is the break and retest at 45.46. My risk tolerance shouldn't be anyone's confluence. I respectfully have to disagree. Because the other day I took a trade and lost on one, right? For absolutely no reason. I took, it was a small loss, but that's not the point. The point is that what if someone else doesn't have a bank account set up like me and they're seeing, oh, well, he's taking the risk. Maybe I should. He's the one streaming. Maybe I should do it. This is not my job. My job is to show everyone the risk. For clarification, when you say break of blue, it's best to wait for a retest, not just the initial break. Okay. I'm going to address Raul really quick. Raul, I'm always going to say it's always best to wait for a retest. I'm always going to say it's best to wait for a retest. Always. But there are going to be times where it breaks and just shoots off without you, and you're going to feel like you got left behind. So, this is what I'm saying. It's going to take time in the market. Also, there's an exit strategy written out that explains exactly what you're asking. It's already written out. Lesson 8, the last lesson. Everything you're saying has already been addressed. Because I can't give 100% answer for, there's no 100%. I'm going off of probabilities and risk tolerance. So we have to overlay the probability, based on the price action we're seeing and our tolerance for risk. I think, everyone wants a 100% definite answer, and I'm not that good. All right. Yeah, everyone loves me when we're making money. Everyone loves me when it's easy to make money. Oh man. When people take a loss, it's like, yo, this guy sucks. Oh man, my mom told me it was gonna be like that too. People only like you when they make money off you. But I'm glad to provide value, right? So if I helped anybody today, this was my whole goal. Even if it's one person, if I don't have 1,000 people watching, if there's only 10, if there's only my Discord that are feel good about themselves, that can use that money for some good in their life and not anything, hopefully nothing negative. Don't do all this hard work and do some bullshit with it. I don't recommend that. Because trading LST, it comes with its own set of problems, right? The problem is you can't do any debaucherous activity with the money. God knows what you're doing with the money. You know what you're doing with the money. If you're sitting here wasting this money on if you're not investing in somebody that you care about, that's worth it, or something that you care about that's worth it, or maybe even a charity. If you're sitting here wasting money on it's gonna backfire on you, I'm telling you. Ask me how I know. Actually, don't ask me how I know. I'm just telling you. We have to use the money for good. If you're taking plays and you're like, well, how does God know where that, which $500? He knows. Don't question it. Quit being weird. Blowing hookers. Just made enough for the year. Oh my goodness. I love to hear it. 86%, 750. Took the break of blue. Woo! Damn. You guys are going to make me goddamn cry. You guys are going to make me cry. For real, for real. Calm down. Chill. We had a very good day. But look, Do you see how it takes time for this stuff? It takes time. Now you guys are understanding risk. Now you're understanding, even if the break of blue, let's say we need to be realistic now, right? Because break of blue isn't always gonna work. It's not a thing. It's not always gonna work. Let's say we broke blue, tested 45, 46, and rejected back down. Like, we have to understand this is a possibility. Don't over leverage. Put your stop loss where it needs to be, probably below the last low right here. And then we would have had to wait for, let's say it rejected here. Then we needed to wait for this right here. And if it just broke and kept going and you didn't catch it, then you didn't catch it. We're gonna have to wait for the next setup. But what I'm saying is, it's not always gonna be like this. We have to, it's not always gonna work. That's all I'm saying. I get very, very, very lucky and fortunate every day. I don't know what it is, but did I guess on purple this morning? I think I did. I think I guessed on purple. Man, these guesses have been hitting. I want to share my answer to when that happened to me. Basically, I got out early, so then I figured out the next time I get out early, I'll just wait for the next trade. There you go. There you go. Instead of chasing it, wait for the next setup. There's always a setup around the corner. Always, always, always. You never miss a trade. You never miss a trade. And I give exit strategies. I give the exit strategies. It's up to us to just, to hold on just a bit. Just to hold on just a bit. At least let it play out. At least let it play out. And we all have different risk tolerances. We all have different risk tolerances. So, we're all adults. It's important you go through the lessons. Go through all the lessons. You got to learn how I speak and what I'm saying. And those early videos, they're rough to listen to. They're rough. I sound like I'm walking with a stick. I don't want to say up my butt, but a stick in my armpit. So I sound rough. Look at this money. Look at the money. God dang. The mic's ghetto. Are you saying now, Dre, where you been? I haven't seen you in a while, Dre. What the hell? I ain't done turning up. That's funny. That's hilarious. I ain't done turning up. Dre, where you been? I haven't seen you so long. Are you saying the mic? Oh, the mic was ghetto. The mic was ghetto. Oh, damn. Weird flex. Traveling. Weird flex. Look at the money we printed today. Gosh, dang. Whoever's doing exit strategy 3. Hoo-wee. Papa Molly, I'm sweating. Whoever's doing exit strategy 3, whoever is looking out for this random line I put up here, I've been telling y'all 750's been on my mind for a hot minute. This was just a straight rocket ship up. I can't believe this market. I've never seen this type of market like this. Never. I haven't been doing it too long, but this is very interesting. So this morning we had a push up. It closed at 44.36, and then it pushed back up from there. Let's see if now I'm interested to see something else. Okay, here, look. If you're using the trading plan by itself, here, I'm gonna share the screen share. if you're using the trading plan by itself, here's how that worked out. We would have had to look for the bolt up, right? Because nothing else would have hit. And then the flexion for, I don't know why it's still perfectly on here, but the flexion, you see the flexion for the support was at 45.64. So we want to look for support at 45.64. This is on a 30-minute chart. If we go to the 30-minute chart, $45.64 was right here. So let's see if we can overlay that on. Okay, so 45.64 right here. It would have been the break and retest right here. This break and retest was the support we needed on the bolt up. Watch. So bolt up, the support at 45.64. If we come back to the actual charts, 45.64 right here, right? Oh, this is perfect. Look. You see the support? Look at the support right here. 45.60. Boom. 45.64. Look at the dotted line. 45.64. And then let's look at the dotted line here. 45.64. Does everyone see that? Or am I just high? I'm going to delete that message. Sorry, Doug. Damn. All right, let's see if there's nothing we can do, right? We just gotta wait to see if 50 is the next on the menu. No, I know, Doug. I know it, bud. Damn, we had a good day. I mean, if you're doing Exit Strategy 3, you are balling right now. You are balling. Now look, I know I have 50 marked out. That doesn't mean we're gonna definitely hit it, or we're not gonna meet some road bumps along the way. There's nothing for me to say. It's just skyrocketing right now. Absolute skyrocket. If you're just tuning in, the call outs, blue and retest of 45.46, and then you know, the rest is history. The rest is history. PB, what's a PB? Personal best? New personal best? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Nico, glad to hear it, brother. Glad to hear it. Look, for everyone, I mean, you don't have to, but win, lose, or draw, if you wanted to go into that new channel, the win-loss, and explain your thought process, what was the setup, building this, breaking that, whatever it is, your exit strategy, if you guys want to do that, it's going to be helpful. So we can go back and look at the end of the week. We should be tallying up. We should be tallying up at the end of the week what setups are optimal, right? So then that way we know to keep our eye open for the A1 setups. This is all data we're getting right now. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So look, if we start contributing to that new channel in there, I think it can make a world of difference. I really do. We need to use data. You know, I like data. I don't like to just trade off of vibes. We need data. So I think it'll be very beneficial. We're gonna go back at the end of the week, maybe on a Friday or Saturday, whatever it is, and we're gonna go through it and be like, okay, these setups are the ones that hit. These setups are the risky ones, right? I'm telling you, this is data. This is data. Damn, I forgot who made the suggestion. Good suggestion. Okay, yeah. Yo, good suggestion. Good suggestion. I really think we need to use that shit. It'll just be helpful. It's gonna be helpful. Because that data is invaluable. Like this 30-minute chart, the data on this 30-minute chart, invaluable. Invaluable. I remember one day or twice, I actually erased by accident, I erased the entire 30-minute chart. Man, it was a struggle. Like it was, very hard to make trading plans. Very important data on there. Are we at 749 already? Jeez, the market. Our long-term portfolios are hitting. The entire market is screaming right now. How is this possible? I don't know, because everyone's broke. What are they talking about? How is this possible? Because the deal with China, right? Someone said it earlier. I think because that deal with China. Damn, today was a good day. I took this week cycle here, so it's because this is me FOMOing. I took the week cycle right here, and it's working out. We're doing all right. There's nothing for me to say. I feel like I need to say something, but there's nothing to say. It's just next stop, 749. And then we're gonna look out for 750. I've been telling y'all 750 has been on my mind. 750 and 730 something. Hold on, I'll go back and look. 731.62. Been on my mind. I already know I'm about to stop myself out again. I already feel it. I survived wave 1. I never survived. I never survived wave 2. I never survived wave 2. All right. I mean, we're fine. I just need to see if I can make it to 49. All right, I'm here. I'm just going to be quiet. There's nothing for me to say. God damn it. See? That's cool. Little quick scout. That's cool. Little quick scout. All right, this purple's being tested, I guess. We're going to see if they're going to make secondary liquidity here. I can't. Hold on, I'm just paying attention real quick. Getting nervous on my second set again. First set taken out. Second set I'm trying to hold till 49. Trying to hold till 49. I'm gonna do my best. This is the part I hate. This is the part I hate. I need to get up and walk away. That's what I need to do. But I can't bring myself to get up and walk away. I have to sit here and watch it for some reason. I need to get up and walk away. Come on, man. See, it's making me nervous. I need a big spike. Not that way. I need a spike the other way. Okay, I'm gonna collect a couple bucks. God damn it! I know I'm gonna hate myself when it hits 49, but I need to collect this profit. I need to collect this profit. So one day I'll be there. It's not gonna be today. It's dancing. It's dancing. It's dancing. One more push up. One more push up. One more push. They're not going to give it to me, are they? They're not going to give it to me. Oh? Okay. Come on. Push it up. Just once. Now I'm going to start chasing it. I already know. This is the part that I hate right here. It's dancing. Oh man, they just torqued all over my stop loss. They better not go up. Or at least significant drawdowns where I feel like, okay, I'm comfortable with that. Because it just stopped me out. Okay. Oh, come on. Don't do it. Significant drawdown, please. Something. Something. And I FOMO'd into this one, but whatever. FOMO'd into it. If it gets below 48.36, then I'll be okay. If it stays above 48.36, where I should have kept my stop, then I'll be mad. About to be mad. They better keep going down. I do this every single time to myself. Every single time. Why? Why? Every single time. I'm being a hater now. Now I'm being a hater. It doesn't even matter. I'm out of the trade, but I just want to feel better. I just want to feel better about myself. Yeah, I took a little scalp up here. I survived a little bit. This one took me out, and then this one I got taken out over here on my second set. I told myself I was going to hold till 49. One day I'll do it. One day I'll do it. Yeah, I still made the money, but I'm trying to... I don't know who I'm trying to be, but it's... you know, at least if I saw some significant drawdown, I'd be like, okay, cool. I'm not willing to survive this. But it's going to suck if I told myself right here, wherever this dotted line is, and it keeps going up, I didn't even allow it to do it. Because I'm getting greedy. Yeah, you're looking for a pullback? Okay, see, now it would have stopped me out. If I would have done what I was thinking to do, it would have stopped me out here. Right here. Would have stopped me out. But I think this is a good little scalp here. This is a great little scalp, actually. All right, look, still in purple. So we're in purple until we're not. I'm gonna get up and walk around, circulate some blood, and yeah, this would have stopped me out for sure. This would have stopped me out because I was chasing it, right? I don't. Number one, I don't like buying at the top, and I was literally buying at the top, just FOMO. I was literally just buying at the top, FOMOing in. I was willing to take the risk. I know my stop loss was basically zero, basically no stop loss. I wasn't even gonna let it go against me, not more than like $5 or something like that. Luckily, I didn't have to survive any drawdown. So, and now look, just enough to stop me out to keep going. They always slap me in the face. That's rude. I'm such a nerd. I have to sit here and look at. I need to get up and walk away. All right, I'm gonna get up and take a break real quick. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. Oh, dizzy. Okay. Go to the website livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. All of the channels of traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. If you took a loss today, you need to go to the website for sure. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. A little bit of hesitation here. Let's see if on a micro scale, if they're going to give us one of these. Boop, boop, boop. Let's see if they can get to 49. Now look, I don't recommend buying at the top. Wait for a significant pullback. Number one, maybe an entry could be something like this right here. You know, obviously purple, right? Purple. Purple's obviously going to be rejection of purple, rejection of purple. If we break purple, I could see what 47.70 being a turnaround. But the trend's too strong to the upside. So we wouldn't look for any downside until probably here. We wouldn't be interested in puts until safety, quote unquote, safety puts until here. There's too many paths to the upside from here. Maybe I could see it to here as well. So there's too many paths to the upside. There's going to be a little bit of no man's land here. I know there's a lot of kung fu on the screen right now, but just pay attention to these levels. Maybe I'll just mark them out. I'll mark them out. We need to pay attention to these levels here. I'll put the levels in teal. Maybe underneath this one here. So maybe if we see a purple forming like this, maybe we can look for a little put scalp here. And then if we get underneath here, we're gonna let it run a little bit. But until then, you know, we're in the uptrend. Don't fight the trend. Quick, someone buy a call so it'll go down. That's funny. That's always what happens, right? That's always what happens. Yeah, I'm just gonna clean this up just a bit. I think we get the general gist of it, right? So I think this morning identifying this purple was probably the key. This purple was probably the key this morning. It definitely worked out in our favor. Man, I wish I didn't have to rely on the guessing, but it's just been working out for the last couple days. Guessing these algos have really been, last couple days have been hitting, like really hitting. From here, from where we are right now, ugly grind. But we can't look for any downside until way, way, way down here. And I know that's a long way away. It's kind of a long way away, but If you're not willing to wait for all this for your puts, then you're gambling. There's too many paths to the upside. We see heavy resistance at, what is this random number, 48.83. Heavy resistance at 48.83. So if 48.83 breaks, it needs to be a very convincing candle. A very convincing candle if you're looking for some more upside. Otherwise, that could be stop hunt. I've been talking on mute all this time. All right, look. We see very heavy resistance at 48.83. Very heavy resistance. If it breaks 48.83, it needs to be a very strong, convincing candle to the upside. And then wait for continuation. 48.83 has heavy, heavy, heavy resistance. So it needs to break convincingly. Like, it needs to be obvious. Whenever I tell you it needs to be obvious, let it be obvious and you probably won't be late. But here's what we're dealing with. It's brunch time. It is brunch time. So this is the compression time, right? Probably So let them build it in whichever, let them build it sideways, obviously. And then we're going to see when it pops and we're going to look for continuation. But buying calls at the top, good luck. Good luck. We need a significant pullback. Otherwise, it's going to be an ugly grind. If it's an ugly grind to 49, it's not going to be pretty, right? Take your money, call it a day. You don't have to sit here and do this all day. The hard work, we did it already. We already did the hard work. We need to work smart, not hard. We already did hard work. Now it's time to work smart, meaning take your money and go enjoy your life. We're going to do the same thing again tomorrow. We do this every single day. We don't have to sit here and overtrade, trying to make a buck after a buck after a buck. Now look, I FOMO'd a little while ago. I had FOMO. I had FOMO. It worked out, but it doesn't always. So we need to stack the odds in our favor. We're never going to stack the odds in our favor if we just keep, trying to make a quick buck instead of allowing for certain setups to take place. We don't have any setups here, right? Not here, not now. We're in crunch time, compression time. You see what's happening. You don't even need to guess. Look what's happening right in front of your face. This is slap you in the face territory and continue in a direction. So if you made money today, think about calling it a day. Maybe take some time and put together a couple little screenshots, put together your explanation on trades to help other people out. And then we're going to compile that information at the end of the week, or when we get some data, and we'll see which ones are working, right? And if everyone's saying break a blue, or if everyone's saying I waited till a break and retest reject of whatever, right? We're gonna compile some data, so this can be, we're gonna put the odds in our favor. That's all I'm trying to say. But then you buy puts at the top and it keeps going. That's why, Chenko, we're waiting for the proper setup, right? The proper setup is somewhere down here, right? I've already told you the answer. The answer is it's right here. Now, if you're trying to buy up here, you're scalping. This is a scalp, but it has to at least break purple. It has to at least get underneath 48.23. I've already marked out everything. So that your last comment has already been addressed. Already been addressed. You're trying to. We have to. Okay. Hold on. I want to see if this is the strong candle above 48.83 I was talking about. Let's let it finish. Let me look in the. I said 48.83. It's a 49. Could have. Oh, this one would have stopped me out for sure. Because I wasn't. I already know I wasn't gonna survive this. So Chenko, down here, this is the only option for quote unquote safety for puts. I already have it on the screen. You don't need to think about it. You're thinking too hard. We're in an uptrend. We don't want to fight the trend. There's too many paths to the upside. There's too many. Remember, I literally just drew this right here. I just drew it. So if this is a thing, you know, it literally just played out right in front of us. And we have to worry about this one, and we have to worry about this one, and we have to worry about this one. So the put scenario is unlikely until we get down here somewhere. We're trying to like force trades. You don't need to force a trade. The market is telling you exactly what we need to know. If we're not down here, we're probably not in put territory. You understand what I'm saying? It's gonna correct. Okay, you respond. I'm gonna say what he said. I was responding to when you said buy calls at the top. What I'm saying is buying calls at the top is gonna be difficult. Buying calls at the top is gonna be hard. What I said was if we break 83 or 48.83 with a strong candle, right? Right? Look, if we're getting into candle prediction territory, we're on another level. I'm on another level. If we're getting there, something odd is happening in life. What timeline are we in? What timeline? Here's a strong candle break above 48.83. Buying calls at the top, it's going to be tough. You know, but we have to ask ourselves, why would they stop at random 48.74? Why would they stop randomly here? That's not even a round number. At least to 49. At least. And I told myself, hold to 49. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Doesn't matter how much I tell myself, the most likely thing is 49. Why would they turn around right here? It doesn't matter how much I tell myself, I'm getting better. Don't worry, I'll get better. I'll get better at holding my own trades. This is such a random number to turn around. To turn around at. 49 makes more sense. Now look, I know I have 50 marked out. That's not a guarantee. Not a guarantee. So if you're still doing exit strategy 3, you need to now adjust now that we're above 49. This market just will not quit. It's not going to quit. Okay, I hope this is a really good reason or a really good example of what I'm saying. We're not interested in puts until somewhere down here. Somewhere down here. It has to be. Not that it has to, but it's our best bet. It's our best bet. It has to be somewhere down here. At minimum, this one. This would be our maybe a scalp right here. Because up here, you know, you're just looking at ugly choppy until maybe 750. Maybe 750. Now, if it gets above 750 and goes crazy, that I will say I didn't expect. But this one right here played out perfect. Here, look, everyone pay attention. Everyone pay attention. If you're here now, you're going to be glad. Watch, pay attention. Look at this pattern right here. See what it looks like? All right, cool. Look at this pattern right here. You notice anything similar? All right, there you go. Still in this purple. There's nothing to do while we're still inside this purple. We got very fortunate identifying this purple very early. Still inside the purple. Look at 750. Look at 750 on the way. For those of you taking the longer term plays, the green, right? The Green Ranger, the buy call. I don't need to say much more. I don't need to say much more. This mascot's getting tired. He's going to want overtime. You're going to have to get a real job, not paying you overtime. As soon as you get 39 hours, I'm cutting you off for the day. And there's going to be some people that didn't take a trade, you hesitated, and now you're looking back like, God damn it. You can't do that to yourself. You can't do it to yourself. Just think about, hold on, we're at 750. All right, let's see a little pullback at 49.50. Don't do it to yourself. Because if you start doing that now, you're going to jump on every little green or red candle. Wait for the setups. Today is just data. We're collecting data. This is great information. So you know next time what to do. You're going to know next time exactly what to do. Don't feel like, oh man, look at all this money I missed out on. We do this every single day. Every day we do this. So you didn't miss out on anything. You're going to be fine. Just be excited for what's in the future. Now look, this one right here, this one has some strength, okay? So maybe a scalp opportunity on this one. But you don't want to fight the trend, right? I'm just giving you your options, telling you what the risks are. There may be a scalp opportunity on this one right here. Now, if it breaks this one and goes straight down, my bad. But we don't want to fight this trend. This trend is too strong. We're still perfectly fine inside this one. We're still perfectly fine inside of this one. Jones says, if only those people had some sort of verbal confluence to enter. I know it. But they could have that verbal confluence to enter. It's just going to cost them $1,000 a month and a $5,000 course with Top Trading Edge. So they could. The options are there. Options are right there. says a sudden hint. The hint is we're doing this until we're not. That's the hint. That's the hint right here. We're doing this until we're not. So look, if we break, what did I say? This one has the strength, okay? So if we break this and we get below this one, maybe a scalp opportunity. But this one has the strength. This one's gonna put us on notice. This one has the strength. But we can't fight the trend too much. I'm saying scalp opportunity, not it's gonna dump from here. The trend's too strong on the upside. There's too many options to the upside. If we get down here, then we'll let it run for a little bit on puts. But we're doing this. When we stop doing this, we're gonna pay attention to this and this. If you're taking the risk from the break of this purple, that's on you. Wait a minute, Jones. Hold your Jonesing. I could have sworn that I told specifically the Discord that if you're not gonna take this blue, to wait for the retest of this lick box right here for calls. I could have sworn I said that. Am I high? Or I'm pretty sure I said it. So that's I'm pretty sure that's verbal confluence to enter. Right? That was literally the verbal confluence to enter. And it wasn't even a sudden hint. It was way ahead of time. You know, that was far in advance. That was early this morning. That was like the first thing I said this morning. So now that we got that out of the way, that was easy. I addressed that. I addressed that concern. I addressed your concern perfectly. Perfectly. If you're at the point right now where you're thinking, should I buy put? Should I buy call? Should I buy put? Should I buy call? Is it going to continue to 750 or is it going to retrace from here? Wait for whatever I'm saying. Just wait for it. This is the best thing I could say. Like it has to be a certain way. And once that thing does happen, then understand the risk. Understand where the risk is. When I'm saying, understand the risk, meaning where it could turn around on you. For those of you looking for a verbal cue, that is the verbal cue, right? I'm saying it out loud. I'm actually saying it out loud. Remember, don't forget about this 4883. There's a lot of liquidity built up on 4883, so be careful right here. Meaning, if it does break purple, watch out for 4883 because there's a lot of liquidity here. But I'm telling you, this one here has the strength. This one right here has the strength. This diagonal algo is going to be the tough thing to get through. I told myself this morning I wasn't going to do any more of these shadow algos, these random algos that I've been putting up the last couple days. I told myself, and I even had a little spiel I was going to tell everyone, look, last couple days we've been getting lucky. From now on, I'm going to wait until I get the visual confirmation before I start guessing things like that. So I'm probably going to start that because I'm not a big fan of the guessing thing. I think I've just been getting lucky last couple days. And it is a guess. It is a guess. If I'm being honest, it's a guess. I don't have any special. I don't have any special data that you don't have. It's just I'm guessing. I just got lucky every day. Every single day we get lucky. All right, so we're breaking the first purple and we're coming up to 49, okay? This 83 is going to be a major hurdle. Here's 30 cents on the scalp. If you didn't already protect your trade, there's nothing I can do. If it goes more, great. If not, you need to protect this trade if you're scalping on purple. This is the one with the strength here, so be careful here. All right, we're coming up to the strength. If you didn't already protect this trade, there's nothing I can do for you. You understand? I said verbally out loud what the setups for puts were on a scalp. Break a purple, you're scalping, right? We needed to break this first. If you didn't already take the money, then there's nothing I can do. This is verbal. I said it out loud. With plenty of time. Plenty of time. All right, we're on the second purple. Here's the risk. Maybe it's going to get violent at 48.23. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens under 48.23. If you didn't already protect your trade, or if you didn't collect money, there's nothing I can do. All right, on the 5 minute, you got to watch out for this one here, okay? So on the 5 minute, we're looking for this, right? We already knew there was going to be violence right here. We already knew there was going to be violence here. Okay? Here's a scalp opportunity from the break of the strength to right here. If you didn't take money, there's nothing I can do. I say plenty of time, way ahead of time. But you had to be really on it. Remember, you don't want to fight this trend too hard now. So if you see money, take the money. We're coming up to the bottom of this one, okay? On the 5 minute. And remember, I don't know that this one's going to be here. I don't know that it's going to be here. This is just, I'm being preemptive. Whenever it does form, I'll put it. We already expected some violence right here, right? We already expected the violence right here. We already knew. You don't need to guess. I'm going to tell you ahead of time. Okay. Here's, look, I told everyone, scalp opportunity, exactly where it's going to be. You tracking, Jones? You tracking? Hopefully you're focusing. Look, everything I said that was going to happen has happened. Everything. Everything. Like, I can't be any more verbal than what I just did, right? There's no more verbal I can do. This is out loud, verbally. I told everyone what was going to happen and exactly where it was going to happen at. If you didn't take advantage, then there's nothing I can do. Look at the money that just got printed. Oh man. Look at the money that just got printed. This guy's working overtime. Look at the money that... Come on now. Come on now. Look, if you took the break of this one, protect your trade. Very simple. Again, I don't know that this is going to be here. Been since Nam. Right. Nam. Been since Nam. That's funny. Alright, gotta let it play out a bit. Gotta let it play out a bit. I told y'all which one had the strength right here. This one had the strength, so this one needed to get to this one. If we get past this one, we got a high likelihood we're gonna get to the next level. That's all I could say. That's all I could say. So if you're gonna hold for the week cycle, then you're holding for the week cycle. If you're looking to do the counter, or not the counter, but if you're looking for an entry for calls, then you know what. Hold on, let me show you. I think we need to get back up. We need to break blue and get back above 49. So we need to break blue and get back above 49.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
right, let it settle out. This would be ideal up here, Chenko. But if you're taking the risk on break a blue, then you're taking the risk. But it would be ideal somewhere up here. The reason why is because we have to watch out for if they create a lower high. Hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about. We want to watch out for if this is the high and then they make a lower high right here. We have to watch out for that. So somewhere up here would be ideal. If you're taking this risk, that's on you. So we want to make sure we're not going to BRR this lick box here. Okay. So look, Chenko, the reason why I didn't take the break of blue this morning was because I needed to see that we tested this level here, 45.91. Once we got to 45.91, then I knew a retest of 45.46 would be reasonable. So a lot of people got in on break of blue. Fine, it worked out. However, which it could still do the same thing. See how it broke blue, retested a little bit? Kind of breaking blue, retesting. It could still do that, but I wanted a little bit of security. So for me, the security would probably be up here. But everyone has a different risk tolerance. And right now we're kind of in the middle of the water. So wait for it to be obvious. Okay. Okay. Now they're getting crazy. Remember, I don't know that this is going to be here. This is just a guess. So if it does bounce off this or somewhere close, this is me being lucky. Stacy, the WAP hunter. Where's VWAP? Oh, okay. VWAP right here. Okay, maybe. We'll see. It's getting hectic. We're in the middle of the water here, so we got 3 minutes on this candle, a little over 3 minutes, so give it a little bit. Little under 2 minutes on the candle. Just let it be obvious. Whatever it is, let it be obvious. This is the middle of the water here, right? Wait till we get some strength or some strength. See how we're just going sideways here? Let it be obvious. So we probably, maybe, we have a resistance and a support here. Maybe, right? We're gonna find that out. So let them figure out what's going on in here. Let them figure this out, all up in here. And then when we get liftoff in a direction, we'll have a better idea. But whichever direction you're betting on, right? You're never going to catch the exact top or the exact bottom. So what's important is we understand the risk. And if we see, let's say it's like this and like this, you probably know where your stop loss needs to be on a break and retest on either side. You probably see where your stop loss needs to be, whether you're in calls or puts, whichever one, you see what your stop loss probably needs to be. We got about 340 on the candle. If you held for the weak cycle, protect the trade now. If you held through the weak cycle, now you need to start protecting your trade. If we get underneath this lick box here, then you adjust your stops. If you're waiting for it to be obvious because you're in no man's land, then wait for it. Remember, I don't know that this is going to be here. If it is, this is luck. I'm telling you, this is actually lucky because it's been here for goddamn hours. Let's see if they do a dance on the bottom of the lick box. I know you don't like dances, but See if they do the dance right here. There's heavy support right here on the bottom of this lick box. Heavy support. Excuse me, heavy support on the bottom of this lick box. Got a 420 on this candle. Okay. Stacy said it had the 745 put for an hour. Look, I get lucky sometimes, right? I get lucky. I get lucky sometimes, Discord. Protect your trade. Exactly where? To the next target, right? Exactly to the next target. I get lucky. All right. Chenko, do you see why it's important we wait for the setup? This is a very good example of, and you know, I think if you do it, we've all done it, right? Where we want to get in at the best possible price instead of waiting for the actual setup. This is why I have it circled. This would be the setup for calls. Up here, we need all this to happen to know we have some safety. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I know it looks sexy right here. It looked very sexy. But it's best we just wait. Don't front run the plays. Allow the setup to happen. You understand what I'm saying? If we front run the plays, we're always going to get slapped. We're always going to get slapped in the face if we front run the play. Not always, but I'm just trying to give us the best. Look, we're not going to get 100%. I'm telling you. We're not going to, because if this did happen, then, you know, we can only get from here to maybe 750, right? That's all we're going to be looking for. And I get it. You know, you're like, yeah, but why not get it here? Because I want to give us some type of, we need, follow along, brother. Just follow along. I'm pretty good at this. I'm pretty good. Now look, we're at no man's land. Look exactly where it touched. Exactly where it touched. Look, this is precision, which is on the no man's land, right? We're in no man's land. So look, the break, the retest right here, this is all we could ask for. If it goes further, great. We're fighting an uptrend. We don't want to fight the trend too hard. If we get down here, then we'll let it run. Then we'll let it run. You know, and technically we're still inside this lick box right here. But I mean, this hit exactly my target. 747.14. I mean, god damn, this is absolute perfection. This is absolute perfection right here. Damn. There's only like 9 people watching this. There's only 9 people watching absolute perfection, predicting the stock market. Amazing. I'll never get it. I'll never understand. Not even 9 people, because like some of these people are probably in the Discord. Probably like 5 people watching. Oh man. Burnell. Burnell, did you see the absolute perfection, Burnell? Did you see it? I mean, god damn. I mean, gosh damn. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna slide this over. Same thing. I'm just sliding it over. No difference. Let them figure out what's going on in here. If you're waiting for a break and retest, wait for it. If you're waiting for up here, wait for it. This is let them figure it out, right? Let them figure it out in here. Appreciate you, Brunel. Yeah, do your job, man. We do this every day. You're not missing anything. You didn't miss a thing, Brunel. Don't think like that. Don't think like that. You didn't miss anything. We do this every day. Look, you see them building it, right? They're building it. Whichever way. Either they're going to BRR up here or down here. But let it happen. If you're waiting for it, let it happen. If you want some quote-unquote safety, it's got to be somewhere up here. If you're waiting for an entry, let them figure it out. It's 1300 now, right? It's after lunch time. Here goes the 1300 candle right here. Where? Right. God damn it, right here. 1300 candle right here. We see the liquidity building up. We already see it building up. You don't need to guess. You don't need to be nervous. You already see it. Let them figure it out, and we're gonna ride the wave. Or if you made money today, call it a goddamn day. Call it a day. You don't need to sit here and do this all goddamn day. It's not how it works. Because at this point you're thinking, okay, green candles buy call, red candles buy put, green candles buy call. That's not how this works. Let them figure it out. If they want to fade in here all day, that's reasonable. That's reasonable for them to fade in the black in here all day. So here's what I recommend. Here's what I recommend. Up here, somewhere up here, or like this. We can literally see the chop. Don't get involved in the chop. Wait for the chop to clear. So I'm saying we don't need to think. We don't need to be nervous. We don't need to, if you're in the play, then don't overstay your welcome. You probably see where your stop losses need to be, right? Whichever direction. Now, because we have a strong uptrend, you don't want to fight the trend too hard. So you got to take the money whenever you see it. Them figure this out. If you've survived another weak cycle, you're not going to get much more opportunity, right? So figure out your life now. If you're surviving these weak cycles, you're not going to get much more opportunity for it. So if it breaks and goes and shoots down, great. If not, you need to protect this trade. And when I'm saying protect the trade, I mean from this purple here. From this one right here. if you're annoyed with me constantly moving the screen like this, you need to join the Discord. You get access to the charts on your own. You can manipulate them on your own. The only thing you can't do is edit them. You can change the size, you can change the zoom, everything else, but you can't edit them. Okay. Okay. Second bite of the apple on 47.14. And they're not giving up this lick box. They're not giving it up. I'm just going to drag this over just a little bit. Nothing's changed. Same thing. Wait for this. Nothing's changed. Still the same setup, right? We want to see a retest underneath 47.14. A break and retest. I'm going to clear this up just a bit. A little over 2.5 minutes on the candle. if they break 47-4. Okay. All right, the play's almost done. Past here, we don't know. Protect your trade. Chenko, if you could. Oh wait, yeah. Do you see why it's very important we don't front run the plays and let the play set up? Very important. I told you, it'll be obvious. Or, look, I told you, it'll be obvious, right? It'll be obvious. Discord members, you know, I can't do much better than this. I can't do better than this. You know, I'm literally telling you what's going to happen. And, you know, I probably in the future, I'm going to try to not caution against certain things because, you know, you have your own risk tolerances. And I know I cautioned against blue here, but I need you guys to win. But you're not going to win if you don't if you don't follow the strategy. You're not going to win if you just follow it, right? We're not going to get 100%. It's fine not to get 100%, but we need to. You guys just got to pay attention to what I'm doing. Don't front run the plays. Let it happen. If there was going to be a call scenario, I even circled where it had to be. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's only so much I can do. If you're front running it and you're not allowing it to play out, then it has to work the way I'm saying. I've already done all the math. I've already worked everything out. You guys are gonna have to trust me just a little bit. Just a little bit. Put down your indicators. Look at the money we just printed. Exactly, Doug. You guys are gonna have to trust me. Look at the break of green. Look at this green right here. The break of green. This is good money. This is good money. We did okay. And look, if you were in calls, I told you where your stop loss needed to be. I told you exactly where your stop loss needed to be, or needed to be down here, right? I told you exactly where. This is very simple. You don't need to overthink. You don't need to be nervous. I already had the path for the Discord members. You have the advantage in here. You take advantage. Jimmy James. Slow down making all that money, Jimmy James. Slow down, because it's going to change you. It's going to change you, man. Now you're getting to the point where you need to, like, just don't tell everybody, oh, I'm a day trader and I'm profitable. Don't tell anybody that sort of stuff. They don't need to know that. They're going to start treating you different and have expectations of you. They're going to think it's going to be, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars every day, and just stay humble, brother. Just stay humble. I know we came from humble beginnings, but you never gave up, Jimmy James. You never gave up. You stuck to the plan. You believed in yourself. That was the thing. You were determined. You're like, I'm gonna get this. It's gonna happen. I see it possible. You just have to allow. Look at the money we just printed. Come on, let's go. Let's go a little bit more. Look, on green. We have to put another winner on green. Damn. Bruh, I've been guessing these algos. They've been hitting like crazy. The last 3 days, I've been throwing up random, like, just whatever's in my mind, and they've been hitting like no one's business. God damn, I'm good. Look at this money. Come on, a little bit more. Look, there's no one on the internet doing this. It just doesn't exist. It does not exist nowhere. No one's doing it. Not with this much advance notice and verbally. Right? Verbally. I told everyone. I told you it was going to get hectic. This one had all the strength. It's going to get hectic underneath. What is this? 48.23. There's nothing more I can do except draw the exact thing that's going to happen. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we're printing. Oh! Look at the money we're printing right now. Keep it business, brother. Keep it it's not personal. It's just business. It's just business. God damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Look at the money we printed. Look at this. No one else is doing it. Doesn't exist. No one else is doing this. Oh my goodness. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then do yourself a favor. Go to liesbytrading.com so you can get sorted out. Only the Discord members have access to the 5-minute chart. This is how we make our money. This is how we make our money. Oh my goodness. Whoo! Whee! With the verbal cues and all. With the verbal cues. Come on, keep going. Oh, we can't lose from here. We had a very good day. We had a very good day. We have a good day every day, right? Every day we wake up is a good day. Every day you open your eyes in the morning, that is a good day. Damn, now this is the part that I hate. This one already got my first set. Right here, got my first set of contracts. 743.43. Doug, where you see 743.43? That's way down here, Doug. That's a long way away, man. Don't forget, and here's no man's land. I erased it just to clear the chart, but this is no man's land in here. Now the part that I hate. This is where they test me right here. Okay, I gotta walk away. I have to walk away because I gotta walk away. The play's done, right? Look, the play played out. So from here, we don't know. We don't know from here. I'm gonna erase this one. It's either going to continue down here, retest whatever I have here, or if it breaks above, which means there's probably a no man's land right here. I gotta walk away. I can't watch. I can't watch, but I also can't walk away. I can't bring myself to walk away. I feel like I'm gonna be missing something. If I walk away now, like, I feel like I'm gonna be missing, but I have to walk away. Oh, come on, please, please, please. I've been good. I've been good. I've been good all day. All year I've been good, actually. Come on. Give me a... Okay, I'm gonna walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. did it again. I did it again. Alright, let's see if these next set can run, but I did it again. I got excited. I got excited. Well, we had a good trade, man. I actually held way longer than what I normally do, so I'm okay with that. We had a really good trade. We had a very good trade. I guess I'll leave it at 14. I'm not gonna let it eat any further into profit. So if these, gosh, I wish I had a bigger risk tolerance. I really do. But the remainders, I'm gonna leave at 14, and then we'll see what happens. I'm gonna try it. I mean, I can't lose, so fine. I'm gonna try to leave it here, and then we'll see. I'm gonna be really pissed if it goes just enough to slap me in the face and keep going. Because the market looks at me and says, this guy has a very slappable face. All right. Oh. Oh man. All right, good job, Jones. Have a good one, bud. Look, they're gonna slap me in the face right now. Slapped. Slapped. Slapped in the face. Oh. Okay, this is a good trade. I can't complain, man. This was a really good trade. I held through the roughest of rough, which I never do. Wave one was crazy. Wave one was crazy. We survived wave one, so that was the goal that I had. I survived. This wave one was absolutely insane. This was a lot. But we did good. We did really good things today. Man, we had a good day. We had a very good day. I mean, every day we wake up is a good day, but it means a little bit extra when you got some Starbucks money in your pocket. Okay, so yeah, I probably wouldn't have been okay with this much drawdown anyway. Let's see if it goes back to bottom lick. Let's see if bottom of lick was supposed to be the bruh, it better not. If bottom lick was supposed to be the what is it called? The stop loss, then yeah, this is I'm not built for this type of drawdown. Or I need to pay attention to the charts better. Man, I held for so long. I'm proud of myself. I did good. I'm not going to complain about making money. I don't want to be that guy. If it's lick box, bro. If it's lick box, if it's lick box, man. Come on, man. That's so obvious. So obvious. It better go up. It better go up to 750. It better not head down to 45.91. It better go up to 750. If it's lick box and I stopped out for how much? For like 15 cents, bruh, I'm gonna be so. I'm not gonna be mad. I'm not gonna do what everyone thinks I'm gonna do and go wild and insane and break everything in my house. But if it's rejection of lick box, I'll probably have to have a serious talk with myself. For 15 cents? No way. No way. It better go to 750 right now. Let me clean up the chart. If this doesn't go to lick box, man. If this, come on, don't do this to me. 15 cents, dude. 15 cents. 15. You know what? I'm gonna let it play out. I'm not gonna. This thing better go up. It better go up. If I stopped out for 15 cents, please don't do that. At least go back inside the lick box so I feel better. If it does this right here, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be so pissed if it does this right here. I will be on another level of irate. So angry that I have to call it irate. It better not do this right here. Please, there we go. Walk away, Buttercup. He's call me Buttercup. Oh my goodness. Look, if you're new, this is not a get rich quick scheme. It's gonna take you time. Don't let everyone else saying, you know, how much money they're making. Don't let that take you off your path. That's very important. Very important. Because you're gonna start to walk a different walk and it's gonna be hard to dance in someone else's shoes. All right, good. Get in there. Get in there. Man, it better not reject the lick box, man. I'll be pissed. Okay, there we go. See, now, okay. This is the type of drawdown amount. All right, good. All right, play done. Play's over. Whew. All right, but it looks like it's in no man's land on the 5. So play it cool here. Let me see. We got, what is this number? 61. This is 69. Yeah, we might be able to use the lick box here. Okay, see, now I don't feel bad. Now I don't feel bad. Now I feel good. All right. Good trade. Now that was a good trade. Because there's no way I would have survived this. Ain't no way. Now I feel good. All right. Okay, we did good. We did very good. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Remember, we had... Let me put it back. This is the no man's land here, right? A essentially it's a big 50-50. But I think the no man's land is probably a little bit, it's so wide that it gives me pause, right? I pause because it's too wide and a lot could happen in here. So this is why I call it a no man's land, I guess. This is just what my mind is thinking. I'm trying to explain what I think. It's too wide in here. So that's why I don't have the 50-50 bullseye. You know, normally I'll have something like this. Normally I have something like this, which says 50-50, but essentially this is a 50-50. It's just really wide. So I need to see what happens in here. And you see that the put continuation was down here, right? Somewhere down here. I have this right here. All right, wait for all this, right? If it breaks and shoots up, my bad. Wait for all of this. Allow all of this to happen. All of it. If it just goes ugly, grindy, then there's nothing we can do about that. If it shoots up, there's nothing we can do about that. We want to see all of this. So actually, we should be done for the day. We should probably be done for the day because I told you it would be very reasonable to finish in here. Very reasonable. Same thing like yesterday. Same thing happened yesterday. Actually, yesterday and today, very similar. Very, very, very similar. Yeah, yesterday, look at yesterday. Look at today. Very similar. Okay. But this would be the retest of the 30-minute, right? It could be, Doug. It could be. But it may not happen today, right? It may not happen today. During the trading session. So what I'm saying, we could fade to the side here and then in after hours have the pop. So yeah, I mean, it's looking like that, right? If we get above 48.37, let's see what 48.37 is. Oh, the lick box. Okay. So if we get above the lick box, then the probability is higher. If we break and retest above this lick box, the probability is higher. It's a stronger possibility. We don't want to guess it though, right? So first we need to break and retest the lick box. It's probably going to look something like whatever I have here. I've already drawn it, thought about it. Whatever you're thinking, I've already thought about it. I'm glad Jones had a good day today. Jones, if you're still listening, congratulations, brother. We just got to stick with it. 9K, damn. Jones with a weird flex, 9K on the day. Good golly. All right, let's do a screen share real quick. Let this settle out. We're back in the lick box. Screen share. Let's take a look. 3-figure. Look at this. Look at this beautiful 4-figure day. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Yeah, everyone loves you when they're making money. I gotta make sure that I keep making these people money so they love me. We have a very toxic relationship, Discord. When the trading day's bad, when it's like an ugly, ugly, nasty day and they don't respect the algos, they're just going off supply and demand, this guy sucks. Everyone hates me. But the last few days, man, we've been on fire for real. The last few days has been really, really, really special. Really special. All right, now we got to wait for all this, okay? So just wait for it. Or we need to be done. We actually need to be done. We need to be done for the day. All right, I'm going to let this play out. I'm going to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Damn, that was an extended break. I had to take a phone call. My bad. Let's see what we got. Let me take that away. Take that away. Ah, look. These this lick box here. Quite formidable. Okay, another thing, remember, completely reasonable for the market just to fade into nothing, and then they finish off 750 in after hours or after hours or even pre-market. So look, we're late in the day. We need to start thinking about what we want to do. Do you really want to sit here and do this all goddamn day? Or do you want to take your money? Take your money and move on. I think we're playing fast and loose with our money now. We had our plays, we had our setups. If it doesn't pan out the way we want, you know, the setup just needs to happen the way it has to look a certain way. It has to look a certain way. Otherwise, it's going to be ugly grind. Watch. An ugly grind. Let's do this now that we have data. If they chop around in here all day, or for the rest of the day, I mean, we can see it, right? We can see it happening. It's right here on the 5 minute. Right here on the 5 minute. Steams, you're welcome. Whenever you're ready, brother. Whenever you're ready. There's no rush. The market ain't going nowhere. But I recommend when you do join, you're going to see a whole bunch of people saying, you know, how much money they made, yada, yada, yada. Don't let that take you off your path. This is an individual journey that you are taking for yourself. And it's not a get rich quick scheme. This is we go off of data. We go off of probabilities. And we try to make sure that the trades are in our favor, that there's more than one thing to tell us to take a trade. Okay, so it's going to take a little bit of work on your part, meaning there's going to be homework you got to do, right? I have some videos. It would be very advantageous for you to watch. It'd be very advantageous. Let me show you a little bit. I'm going to screen share. When you get into the Discord, it's going to start you off and then getting started. All right, you're going to start from the top, right? Welcome to the getting started. Watch a few of these videos. If they apply to you, they apply to you. These are just examples. These are like my first week, February 3rd, 2025. My first week, I gave away all the free plays live, right? And I did it all live, buy call, buy put. This is all for this week. So this is to give you an example of what the setups are going to look like. Okay. And then if you read further on, step 3, you paper trade for a little bit. You're going to have to go through all these lessons. These lessons here are going to be just live streams between me and the members where I'm going over some lessons, right? How to use the trading plans, some of the psychology involved, the risk management, identifying the proper setups, identifying thin structure versus deep structure, or thin liquidity versus deep structure, the macro and the micro, which is our trend lines, pretty much our algorithms and trend lines, understanding the patterns, and then entries and exits, right? So it's going to take a little bit of homework on your part to go through this stuff, to actually, like, you know, make the effort. You got to make the effort. And then, you know, if you go through our trade chat, you're going to see that we post the wins every single day. Every single day we post the wins, right? Every morning I'm going to post a trading plan for us to look forward to look for where we want to look for support, right? Or let's say it went the other way, where we want to look for resistance. So it's going to take a little bit of work on your part. And then when you get into, you know, when we're actually in the live stream and you see everyone posting like, look, I made 9K today, 750, or well, he was saying 750 is the next thing. Where is it at? Okay, look, 750, 86%. Whenever you see people posting like this, don't let it take you off your square. You got to stay true to like what it is that you need to do, because we all have different risk tolerances. So early this morning, look, let me give you an example. The call out was break a blue if you're risky. If you're taking the risk to the break a blue, we want to see a hit 745. Otherwise, if you're not that risky and you want to wait for a proper setup, wait for this one right here. So me personally, I waited for this one. Some of the members took it right here and rode it all the way to victory, right? So there's different risk tolerances. You need to figure out yours, and it's going to take time. And I know it's going to be tough to sit by and watch people say, look how much money, and you know, you're going to hear me say, look at the money we printed and all this stuff. Meanwhile, you're sitting there paper trading. That's going to annoy you and bother you, and you're going to think, man, I was going to take that trade, or I would have taken that trade. But you need to give yourself that amount of time. Give yourself that amount of time to learn the way I speak, to learn the proper setups. And then I have another, we just started another channel in there where we're going to start posting our wins and losses And then we're going to be able to use actual data, real actual data from actual users to show you the most optimal setups, what they look like. And then when you hear me say certain things, you understand that the probabilities and the risk involved. And when I'm saying risk, it usually means when the trade's going to turn the other way. When a trade's going to turn around. So let's say we're in puts on the break of purple. And I tell you, there's going to be a risk right here on this purple. There's going to be a risk right here on this blue. There's going to be a risk on the bottom of this lick box. There's going to be a risk on the bottom of this, or on the bottom of this green. And then from here, we don't know. Right? That's why I have this no man's land here. We don't know from here. So if you've been paying attention, this was already set out. You know, we already did all this way early in the morning. But it's going to take time. And, you know, we had another member who was saying he's going to take the break of this blue right here. He's like, I'm going to take the break of this blue. You know, I gave him a caution against it because the setup at this point in time here, at this time at 12:30-ish, the setup at that time was this. And I even circled it. But I understand everyone has different risk tolerances. He wanted to get in here. And I was like, maybe wait a little bit. Wait for this. This is the setup. If you jump in, if you try to front run the plays, look what's going to happen. Look what's going to happen. So don't front run the plays. Let it play out. You need to understand right now, we're not going to get 100% of the move. That's not going to happen. Because the way I've designed it and the setups, we need data. So the data means that some percentage of the move has already gone by. We're waiting for continuation. So allow me to identify the continuation and what it needs to look like. If you try to jump in ahead of time, it's going to smack you down. And I think a lot of times when people start to take the loss, it's because we're trying to front run the plays. When I'm saying front run the plays is getting in here instead of waiting for this. Or for example, let's say getting in here instead of waiting for the break and retest. Yeah. We all have different risk tolerances. Okay, I'm reading your comments. But this is going to take you time, Steams. This is going to take time. This is not something it's actually very uncomfortable. We have to get used to being uncomfortable. Because holding through, you know, especially when you see your trade in profit, let's say you're in $50 profit and then one candle happens and it goes all the way back to -30 and you're like, oh damn, what the hell? And you're like, oh, -30, let me get out now before it turns -60. Instead of putting your stop where it needs to be and letting it play out, right? If your stop is supposed to be above the last high, below the last low, whatever it is, or you know what, usually I'll identify it. If you're not allowing it to happen because you don't have the experience, then you're just going to chop yourself up and you're going to ruin your account. So this is what I recommend. Paper trade for a little bit. I know it's going to hurt. How do you calculate a proper stop loss? Okay, good question. All the answers to that, it's in the Discord, brother. It's going to be above the last high, below the last low. And usually I'll give you guys a guideline, right? So for example, you see this lick box right here? This is kind of like a guide. So if you're in calls and you get below this, you probably need to stop out. If you're in puts and we get above this, you probably need to stop out. But this is just an example. I'm not saying that this is what it is. This is just an example right now because we're having the conversation. But usually it's above the last high, below the last low. And if you're dealing with option contracts, a little bit more. Because we have to account for the Greeks, the theta, the delta, the gamma, all these things. I have a video on it. Just watch the video that's in the Discord. But take your time. Take your time. Don't rush anything. This is not a get rich quick scheme. Now, granted, there's some people in there with a little bit of experience and they understand that, you know, the market has to breathe, that there's going to be red and green candles. And, you know, they're going to do well. They're going to start off doing very well. And there's other people that, you know, they want to see the candles do this, right? There's an expectation that the candle's just going to go boom, 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 right? And it never touches your entry. Let's say you entered here. It just goes up and up and up and it never touches your entry. This is an unrealistic expectation, right? You can expect that if we get in here, that it's going to do this a little bit before it goes in the direction we want. And it may even do this and this before it goes in the direction. So this is the expectation you should have. It's rarely going to do this. Now, on occasion, it does. And they just stack on top of each other. And those are what I call the home runs. And the home runs are going to come. The home runs, they will happen for sure. It's going to happen. But I recommend until the home run comes, take the little bit of money. Even if it's a couple bucks, take the money you're comfortable with. And then eventually in time, you'll see, I need to let this run a little bit. But it takes time. Oh, snap. I just hit the mic. I probably messed it up. No problem, brother. I want to be of value, of service to people. I'm not here just to try to money grab, and it's more important to me that I provide some type of value and service other than collecting 150 bucks, right? You know, 150 bucks is easy work. It just takes time to get there, but it's very easy work. And a lot of times, teams, if you're hesitating on the plays, a lot of times you're actually not late. Sometimes we just want to get the perfect entry and we want it to get to the bottom. And if we don't get to the bottom exactly, then we feel like the whole play is done and over and too risky now. Many times, I want to say like 9 times out of 10, I'll say 8 times out of 10, we think we're late and we're not. And you'll hear me say it too, like, whenever this happens, you're not going to be late. You know, you got to be reasonable. Obviously, we only have a certain amount of time in the day. But oftentimes we think, too late. I didn't get the perfect entry. It didn't do exactly what I wanted it to do, exactly where I needed it to do. We have to stop looking at the market as specific points in time. It could be, for example, this morning, when I said wait for the break and retest at whatever this level is, 45.45, I said that early this morning, right? This was a good example of it, you know, a perfect point in a perfect time. It's rarely exactly like this. Rarely is it exact to the exact penny like this. So we have to give ourselves a margin of error, right? Understand that most likely, instead of looking for an exact point in time, even though it would be great to always enter the exact moment, that's unrealistic. We have to give ourselves this little window here. So if we're in this little window and we're fading to the upside and we break this little liquidity box here, then chances are the odds are in our favor that we can get something out of it. So we need to stop focusing, because I didn't even enter here. I entered on this candle right here. So I saw the rejection and then I saw a little bit of takeoff. I saw we took off just a little bit. That was enough for me to be like, okay, we got some strength behind it. And then I let it run. And then look, this next candle, look where it went. Right back to my entry. It went right back to my entry on this very next candle. So I took the trade, immediately draw down, and then finally. And these are 5-minute candles. So I had to hold my breath on this one. I had to hold my breath right here. but it's going to take you time to see the same pattern play out over and over and over. You need to see the same pattern play out over and over and over, because the stock market is patterns. It's just a bunch of patterns, and we have to learn to identify the patterns. Once you identify the patterns, it gets much easier. Or once you see me identifying the setups, you'll see the pattern. You'll be like, oh, okay, I've seen this setup before. I've seen that. It's gonna take you time. I recommend you give yourself a little bit of time before you, I know it's gonna hurt. Like, you know, people are making all this money and here I am paper trading. Do the paper trading. Do the paper trading. Even if it, you know, maybe a month or two, it's gonna be the best $150 or $300 you're gonna spend, because that time that you're gonna spend doing the actual paper trade will let you know if this is gonna be a thing for you or not. Because I promise you, you're not gonna find anywhere better with callouts. It's not gonna happen. It doesn't happen. If you can find it, please. I need to join their Discord, apparently. But, you know, I'm doing the best I can. I'm giving the best analysis I possibly could, and I think it's solid. I think we're solid. You see my record. Go back through all my videos. But give yourself that time. You spent $150 on beer before. You spent $150 on cigarettes, cocaine, OnlyFans, whatever. This is going to be a good $150 for you to spend. I promise you. If you're sitting here and you're interested in doing this, and maybe you're kind of like me and you don't want to. Okay, 20, perfect to learn this now. Learn it now. Perfect. That means you got plenty of time. But if you're like me and you know you have a tough time trying to acquiesce to everybody else's, you know, like maybe you don't like waking up at a certain time, maybe you want to make your own, you don't want to have to answer to anybody. Here's an option, right? Lawyers, doctors, engineers, they got to answer to somebody. We only have to answer to the market. Now, you have to wake up when the market is open. That's the only constraint. Otherwise, you can wear whatever the shit you want to wear what you want to wear, talk however you want to talk, do whatever it is you need to do. But if you're like me and you're kind of more on the I want to play life by my own rules, then you're in the right place. But it's going to take some time and some discipline. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. So take your time in deciding. There's no rush. There's no rush here. Take your time. I'm here. I'm just gonna be quiet off to the side, but I'm still here. We got heavy resistance right here on this lick box, right? In between these two lick boxes, heavy resistance. So be careful right here. If you took this flexion, you got to be careful. The resistance is right here. you took the flexion, start protecting this trade. Okay, let's dissect this. Let's dissect this. If you took this flexion point here from 47.61 to 48.61, this is one full point. This is one full point. This is good money here. Yeah, the market is crazy right now. It's just non-stop pump. You can't bet against it right now. But look, break, retest, reject, right off of whatever this. Keep in mind, I literally just drew this. Watch, look. I just drew this like freehand drawing, right? Freehand drawing, but god damn, it can't get much better than this. It simply can't get much better than this. This is good money, one full point. Like, we have to be realistic with our expectation here. But you also got to know who you are as a trader. It's 15.10. At 15.50, the price is going to go crazy. There's going to be a spike. We don't know which direction yet. So if you didn't make money by now, wait for tomorrow. Don't try to get in and trade now. Theta's on the horizon. Look, the 5-minute chart's what we use. Usually at the end of the day, I'll leave the 5-minute chart on, but in the morning, I'm gonna have to find better separation because I pretty much broadcasted all the plays all day. I'm gonna have to find better separation between Discord and YouTube. Not that there's a whole bunch of people watching anyway. So Discord members don't feel like you're getting gypped because there's not a lot of people on YouTube watching anyway. So you're not getting gypped, everything's fine. We're still doing, you're still making money, right? We're still making money. We had a very good day. This candle has about a minute left. Let's see if they break, retest, and reject this lick box now. We've been perfect all day. Today's been a good day. I want to use the 5-minute chart for the see if I can make it make sense. Purple at 49.07. I'll just do the 1-minute chart. Okay, for this next one right here, I don't want to make it seem like I'm cooking the books. So I'm going to do a flexion here at 47.66. Okay, because this is well above our 30 cents, right? So just so everyone here knows, I'm not cooking the books. I'm just showing you what it's going to look like on the 1 minute. So 47.66. 47. Okay, so that's like right here. So I'm going to put the call here. And then this one's going to be based on 5-minute chart. I'm going to do some admin real quick. I'm going to borrow this chart. Give me a second. I'm here. I'm just gonna be quiet for a little bit. Look, if you're waiting for the break, retest, and reject of this lick box, protect the trade. Okay? Here's our 30 cents. This is good money. Protect the trade. Very simple, very easy. This is a verbal call out. I literally said it as it was happening. Anyways, let me continue. I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, look, on this flexion here, this was a 35-minute play. 35 minutes. So the plays are not 45 seconds. If you're in and out in the same 45 seconds, you're probably fucking up. Excuse me, you're probably messing up. You need to let him play out a little bit. There's going to be red candles. That is part of the game. Get that in your mind. It's not going to be green, 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 stack on top of green. If you want the 35-minute contract value, guess how long you got to wait? I'm going to be here off to the side, quiet. If they just want to fade out here to the side, that's reasonable, and then finish off that 750 by the end of today. That's reasonable. So don't overstay your welcome. That's all I'm saying. We're late in the day. We shouldn't even be taking any more trades, honestly. We shouldn't be taking any more trades, my opinion. The only setups from here are BRR above 49.55, like this. That's the only setup from here. So think about closing out your trades. I guess basically that's what I'm saying. In 30 minutes, or how long? Yeah, in about 30 minutes, there's going to be a pop at the 50. At 1550, there's going to be a pop. I'm going to be quiet off to the side, but I'm here.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, looks like it's just gonna probably fade here from the side. Fade out to the side. Completely reasonable. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. Let me see who's in there. The one person. You got anything for me? I think we're gonna call it for the day. You got 5. Okay, YouTube, it's been a pleasure. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to lastspytrading@gmail.com. Go to lastspytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. Have a good day.